Continuation. Garbage. Wherein part of my current thinking. Surprised that the island is drawing more power after removing the recycler. Just activated enough other stuff to get things really going. Or I've created more bot activity. That's motivating more of the power draw. Still room for more capacitor. Anyway, the partial success of setting up the new garbage sorter. Now itself be reprocessed into a more complete success. Got further ideas for what to do with this. We're here and it's just full maximum reprocessing configuration while generating the occasional recycler. While attempting to roll for rare recyclers. It's creating a non-zero flow of rare parts. I can just kind of keep going. That keeps things on the clock for getting the launch pad built. While that is happening, I can contemplate what kind of setup to do for a trash sorter. Or supposing a general feed of garbage arriving, 2 of them even, from the left. So contents of first order scrap recycling. It is weird that they're sorted in this order, in this tooltip, and not in, like, descending quantity. But anyway, most plentiful thing is gear. So step 1 is to cast out gears all kinds. Then step 2, left, cast out, I think fuel cube is next on that list in terms of heft. Yeah, 7% for solid fuel. And this will need to be routed in some manner. For example, that. So with this, the fundamental component of the trash bus, of the trash demultiplexer. Right, set this to all qualities. I will probably still have the set aside the rares before arriving inside of this. But it may as well be prepared for the occasional expected input. So next is concrete. All kinds. Followed by ice. Sorting them in descending order of frequency should help prevent jams a little bit. these back loops are going to get more awkward, potentially. Or no, that keeps things tiling, yeah, because then the next splitters are there, there. So the tunnel is there. Yeah, that repeats fine. No, ice at 5%. Stone and steel rank in equally at 4 each. Steel and battery also at this level. Down to 4%, steel at 4%, battery at 4%. Move on to the threes of red chip and copper cable. That should just leave the formality of separating out low density structure. Is the low density and holmium here at the end. So, blue. Density. And we'll have a formal filter and split for the holmium. Because then this line will contain anything that somehow snuck in here that is not on the list of known garbage. That will just get passed through. Crash bus. It's all 12 items that fall out of basic trash processing. Which if I then routed all of them to the inputs of one of the train stops. That would be a thing. After this, wherever it goes. Also, there's, yep, the drain outlet there. Tool in pursuit of quality. So there are 5 additional resources that can be extracted from reprocessing these. In turn, if I'm making this part of a general trash loop, maybe they also just go on there, or I could just make a second array for now and then weld them together afterward if needed. You can make iron gears, copper from wire, and load in. Plastic from reds. Green from reds and blues. And iron ore from the concrete. Yeah, steel, copper, plastic will come off of those. Move this one up as though there were another notch feeding into it. That way I could splice more sorters onto the other side. Another consideration that I've had with preparing things here. Having tried both extremes, I could now synthesize those into a middle ground, where I reprocess the common material by default and retain uncommon as my new baseline. So I would have, sitting here, my filters where I take the rare material. Then immediately after them, those first splitters to say, hey, regulars into the grinder. Then I would have a shared uncommon quality feed that goes to the sorter, which could then, yes, be the complete sorting block for the lot. Since this would also be receiving things that had undergone post-processing. Any of them that successfully cycle up. Yeah, so just placeholder. One side of this is the line coming back from the trash compactor. The other is the fresh material arriving from the crushers. Power is doing all right over here. And I have the other land masses that I can bridge onto when it's time to claim even more energy. Why is only one side of this train loading? Okay, because I made your inactivity detection a bit too, because all of the throughput of the belt is getting thrown on here. Try to send some of this trash around the back. No successes yet. So, dismantling, starting here. Common parts are still serving well enough for some roles, though. How much of a footprint does this thing have? Fairly hefty. Fit in here. So temporarily cut off the trash intake. Let that work through its current payload. trim out most of this. So now this arrangement is over a bunch. Should still be able to work largely as is. This one also. I'm adjusting things on the reprocessing loop. I want to change how that part of it works. Donate a bunch of fuel to the garbage hauler. Okay, and so this no longer how these are going to work. Want my sorting apparatus. Slap it in here. Okay, that did not fully cut off the supply. That only shut off one of the modules, and that's fine. Now we have some test garbage. Alright, so basic element of this. Oh, hold on a sec. No, there was ice left over in that storage box. Alright, so you're gonna keep loading that. Fair enough. And ice is right there in terms of priorities anyway. Okay, just a bite in the wall. Small alarms. The usual. I need to start making express belts so that I have longer tunnels to work with. No, I want to temporarily shut off those inputs. Then apply filters to this rail car. Oh, no, you don't. Apply the parking brake. You're getting configured. Here. Concrete. Cube. Steel. Stone. Stein. Then I'll have to deliver the next set of stuff. Though I could divert those forward to the next car. Yeah, that might be part of how I achieve the balance here. This is also putting commons and uncommons both in. Like, I may yet still walk back on that. Have like a quality splitter there. His job is to re-roll. Right, that's the fuel box, not the gears box. So, things that live here. Wire. Battery. Red. Holmium and city structure. So far. It's 5 more goods to distribute. Three of which I can slide through here. We'll have to go around the front. So, copper, iron, green, and then I'll leave the rest as flex space. Bringing plastic and iron ore the rest of the way around the bend to go into this car. Oh, this belt is the green one. It is disorienting that I've made the upper splitters jump back one step when they belt under. That is the shape as it stands. Which re-invites the question of how to deal with the excess. And any of these become overstocked. Which could become partially a job for bots. Now I have to reconnect this belt. Sure that rare steel finds a good home. Okay, and looking at how things lay here now, the inspiration strikes like some sort of sudden spike of energy descending from the sky. Take advantage of the fact that recyclers are very long. Oh, okay, this needs to be one step down from that. One over, like, there. Flipped. Now I can have all of my overflow grabbing arms just positioned along here. Each one wired separately to check the relevant inventory, but all throwing into a common reprocessing machine. Because whatever falls out of this, it just goes back upstream into the sorter. And I can dismantle the prototype now that the production unit is live on the floor. So then whatever settles in as the permanent design there. This just needs to arrive back at it and feed into it. Split them 3 and 3. Get back to trying to make more uncommon recyclings. Though I've also put that directly in the path of what it was starting to do. So, enable, disable. The fact that this is mixed quantities, though. This is wired up to the whole logistic network. Instead of doing the entire local network, I could just wire you directly to your box using the very long data cables. Now you should only be able to see cubes over there, or if I give you the anything signal, will that show... Does that have a quantity to it? One of my big limiters here that I can't just put 2 quantities. And I can't do wildcard quality when checking for a signal. I moved this one forward, had both of them handle these 2 lanes together, one of them on each quality level. It's that or add combinators. Generate sums. For now, there's 2,300 fuel in that box, and I would rather there be less fuel in that box. So there is more than 1,000 cubes in the pile to start mulching anything that's coming in. So this is the beginning of something. Its eventual flaws will take long enough to show up. In the meanwhile, all sorts of work gets done. And this one's the ice cubes. I think tentatively, the train can resume wiggling. Pulling you up now. All of your outputs are clean. Or are they? How does anything reach the end of the battery split is not tagged as wildcard? Eh. Fancy batteries holding up the system. Those should pay out shortly. Well, I can also divert a bunch of the test material here back into those machines. All the parts are readily available. Yeah, one of you. If I get this set up right, it might remove the need for the cycling modules. And then let me repurpose those machines to do even more intake. Right now I need to wait for this to actually loop back into the procedure. Fuel does crush pretty quickly into vapor. Oh, wait. Yes, so thing to include here. filter. Send around the way. Look, sometimes good recyclers just need a snack. Chew on the petroleum gel and it keeps their teeth clean. Rare ice cube. Going over there. Alright, so now for these ones. Create a similar trash outlet. I'll want to work back here. Point it that way by the look of things. As wide an opening as I can make. Could let me handle quite a bit of stuff though. And alright, good. Commons. Need one active on each column. Fortunately, because overall volume gets lower, further down the chain you go. Twist those for a second. Don't need as swift of arms to handle this. That in order to reclaim more of those bulk arms. Okay, these ones do need some kind of power line to pass through. Network. Or also, okay, with how the current compromise means that network enabling these is not an issue. In fact, it just clicked into place that yes, with the signal wire, especially with it now being free and just generated from the void forever. I could put the combinators that do the inventory math anywhere else and then just have them use, like, the letters or the symbols or any of the other open channels. Have an auto trash for concrete. Drop that. And yeah, radar exists to allow networks to communicate with each other across islands. Each planet is its own network. So in that case, the space platforms can kind of hear signals across the void? Maybe. I will move that assembler in a moment. That. That draws in my return lines. Where I also need to exclude rare. Or, wait, no, yes, good. Open side of the splitter. Just pop you in right there. No, but these are requesters and not providers, so they aren't visible unless I deliberately wire them. Which I can now proceed to do. Okay, it's doing a decent job of keeping things flowing. Or wire? Or battery? Our blue chip. You are red chip. Holmium I shouldn't ever need to reprocess. Like, only if it is backed up to such a degree that it is compromising the ability of the network to move. Like, common holmium, 2K. Density structure 250. Copper plate. I can improve throughput by having 2 of that arm. Yep, same conditions. Iron plate. Okay, from the ashes. From the vapors. last 3 lines. Chip doesn't. Okay, yeah, good. Green chip was never part of that array. Green chip is you over here. Right, now we'll need to wire back row boxes onto the network. Well, maybe we have some kind of jam here. Bricks is another byproduct that I missed in my count. Brick is logistic. Brick all kinds. And I'll have to reserve space for brick on that train. Anything else that manages to sneak through there, I'll just grab and throw into a box. Recycling. Yep, and now I can dispose of more of my surplus personal inventory by just taking it over here. Feeding it into the appropriate genre of mangler. Or really taking a lot of it just back here to the low priority crusher. Plenty of free uptime on this one. And the primary processing array up here is half rare, half uncommon. Current bottleneck is my ability to reprocess material at these lines. So I need a stronger overflow system, or to start actually consuming material at the far end. That precious rare material emerges. I can leave this set up here as a good disposal site for miscellanea. Anything that's not part of the main cycle of things can get taken over there for crushing. And I guess look for more places I can fit beacons around this layout. It mostly doesn't use that much power. Kind of the one that might be providing a relevant benefit there. Alright, new trash sorter. Reserve some space for bricks on this train. That'll be easier to achieve at the other end. reserved space for a little bit of everything. And I can start to think about the sorting process here. Other end. Box that takes steel. Box that takes fuel. And so on. It's cube box, rock box. Brick box. Etc. Power is somewhat extreme over here, but lots of accumulators got made. So simply extend the battery bank by a lot more. See what else can be done with the current supply of lightning. Also, I can use this same general procedure to, like, experimentally work out the accumulator ratio for solar. Alright, in the time it took to do that, what else happened back on Process Island? Almost there. Soon. Silo. Also, I might move the silo location to, like, over here by the spaceport. That would be a better fit in most ways. Full active providers on the train station, for what it's worth. I'll be able to resume bombarding the first planet with garbage. They have not yet experienced glory. Yeah, that's the general floor plan here. Once the silo is available, I want to make some small upgrades to Void Block, and mostly then ship a cargo of magnet science back to Novice. At which point it will be time for cycling. Actually, crafting surface conditions, magnetic field 99. Crafted on Volgora. Yes, I'll also have to make a collection of rare recycling machines for shipping to deliver the necessary power. Yes, and when it's time to return here immediately after that, step up magnet production. The upgrades I want to make to Void Block will have it ready to operate as an autonomous shuttle, and it will just start making regular trips. All this void science that I need to launch back up. Just another 40 rare steel. Just another 25 rare steel. Alright, how's that new battery bank doing? There is still a peak. Surprisingly, there's a lot of energy in lightning. There will be even more once I'm able to get the advanced lightning collector and get that scaled up to bigness. But yeah, then back and forth between baseline and lightning. I have all lightning technology implemented, then use said lightning technology to prepare for war against the meat planet. So, here's steel, cubes, ice, rocks, concrete, plastic. Concrete, all kinds. Plastic, all kinds. And, right, I do have radar over there by virtue of the roboport, so I can just look again at the inventory here. Iron ore. 7 different items on that train. Nine items. And wire, battery, all 3 flavors of chip. Getting these filtered will help make sure that things properly back up when I am overproduced on a thing. The overflow will be properly recycled. Chromium, density, copper, iron. The others will be flex boxes, taking up whatever goes their way. Definitely upgrade all of these to bulk arm. I could filter some of these. Help keep things vaguely sorted, keep things more readable. It's that when I am over here trying to collect something specific, it's easier to spot what's what. Two boxes for those 3 items. Copper iron. Gears and wire. Iron and steel. Low densities and batteries. Still need designated arms. Jog back over there. Should be able to move that refueling box into range. Brick actually doesn't run quite that far. Unless I like do that. And of course, I don't have any logistic bots over here yet anyway. There, beefined. The next natural bottleneck in this would just be the raw throughput of the belts. Which can be improved in place by using the oil. Beginning to grease the belt. Now then, plausible beginnings for a next generation of stuff here on the trash heap. Silo is ready. The silo is now somewhere on the ground. There it is. An ocean of quality. Yeah, we'll actually set you up over here. Adjust accordingly. Four of my best productivity modules. And begin assembly of launch vehicle. Move the Space Foundation machine over here as well. Should pretty elegantly belt load. I want to position it over here. Putting quality modules here is a good opportunity to upgrade steel. If one of these upgrades, it'll collect a lot. Back in action. Oh, okay, and if you've loaded the rocket with something the platform demands, it will auto-launch? Good. Extrude. Guess I want to move the engine down a bit. Maybe also increase the number of engines. One did a pretty good job of getting here in a timely manner, but I could always go faster. And pretty good launch frequency emerges out of just running one rare rocket silo with appropriate supply chains. Just adjusting some things here. Let me once again vent a bunch of the inventory into a pile. No. Celebrate in the proper manner for the customs of Trash World. Vent a bunch of excess inventory into the crucible. And now resume devoting rare materials to making good modules. Even you, efficiency module. No, you are rare. Prod 1. You are rare. Prod 2. Yeah, so I need to prepare my payload. The journey. Not holding any rare concrete at the moment, but it is there to be found. And I can manufacture any of the things I would want installed on the Void Block. Void Block should have a recycling machine on staff as well. Help deal with inefficiencies. So another consideration on the pile is that I could be grabbing asteroids from the sides as well as from the front. I just kind of put those on the front by default. And I've also seen from elsewhere that the tube connections here on engines, at least as of whenever they posted their screenshots and insights, these are interconnected, and they also aren't strict on which fluid they take for inputs. You can put either component in either port. So you can chain thrusters together in a block with one inlet for each material. Recyclers might not be able to operate in a vacuum is a good point. Recycler, your data sheet. Requires magnetic field to be made. No atmosphere requirement. space compatible. And now that I'm building those, I can just go ahead and brush these. The great upcycling resumes. And yes, I won't load more structure by default. I will launch this load of structure. Void block. I have the inventory space for it. So the outermost layer of the void block should be defense pods. I can definitely upcycle to rare gun turrets. And I want to try using beams for point defense up there. In orbits with good solar, the energy density might work out. Space things. Metallic asteroid, 20% laser. Large asteroids have high laser resist. Small asteroids do not. You could fit a lot of accumulators on the void block. Large carbon. Oh, and yeah, of course, it's asteroids. The giant asteroids break up into smaller versions of themselves. Looks like it's the same stat line on each of them. Quality ratings possible on asteroids? Where are the good asteroids? So from that data, though, this is the beginnings of situations where assigning target priority to different weapons operating together in a little combined arms array would matter. Laser is actively bad at fighting the big asteroids, but it's quite good at slapping down the little ones. So if the bullets prioritize the big uns, then that's the start of something. Ah, yes, and now that these are operating at... This is supposed to be operating at rare. What are you doing? Rare. Rod 1. Spin. Things will get even more complicated when there's the possibility of legendary materials to handle. And it will be glorious. Okay, that old processor is kind of overburdened. Let me install a fresh one down here. Begin to spin. No, that one was never hooked up. Its brothers. Or it got unhooked at some point. So, having been interrupted from some other things, gun. Rare. Yeah, the bots are back to being quite whelmed by the level of traffic. Beam turret. It's difficult to get oil into space, and flamethrowers presumably don't work in a vacuum. That seems plausible, but they might have trouble with that. I mean, maybe we just need to find the good fire. Sunfire exists in a vacuum. The electro turret probably works in space. Yeah, no requirement for atmosphere. So, I think vacuum would be a pretty good electric insulator, since there's nothing there to conduct. "100 electric resist, 100 fire resist." And at behemoth asteroids, just very high defenses in general, of which... So this is like flat amount and then percentage after that, I think, is how the notation goes there. So physical probably still works out to being the most effective, but it requires, like, uranium ammo to achieve that, probably. Maybe even good uranium ammo. Rockets are a combination of impact and explosive damage. That might also just be the trick. Start loading the magnet beakers. I guess also the space beakers. I'll need to create some warehousing in space. on the platform in its new state. It's very heavy liquid in the science beakers. Can heavy artillery go to space? Nothing here says it requires an atmosphere. Railgun should definitely into space. 5 megawatts. Power draw. Up to 60 range. But that is rainbow science. Personal scale railgun. Okay, hole in the wall. Those turrets are a bit tenderized, though. This tank. Awaken. Form the maintenance. And there's going to be a big teardown and rework of initial base on return in victory from garbage. I'm going to elevate this rail. I'm going to redesign this rail and also make it taller. Elevated main track inside the core. By reinforcements. And reinforcements. Alright, a little bit of superficial damage to that block. I think the situation out here is otherwise fine. Okay, now on this side of things, I can start to do a little more inventory management. Maybe. Yes, because I have the sorting loop over here is automatically grinding down excess rare and common and uncommon material. Rares are being left untouched, though. My supplies of rare copper and rare iron are a little constrained because I'm leaving them all in gear and wire form. And set up some crushers for that. Somewhere. Still a lot of old inventory to reconcile. And power system over here is happy. And the DPS of each gun has been more than adequate. For out here, I could work out the numbers involved. Total damage dealt has been counted this whole time. So even with just the common basic ammo here, 20 physical, 25 firing speed, and that'll be improved when I switch up to rare gun. $500 raw DPS. What size actually becomes a threat? I think it's only mediums and up that are dangerous. Smalls are just being allowed to pass through. Those are food. They harmlessly explode on impact. Starting at medium. 10% physical resist. 450 DPS from one of these turrets. Which tracks, so within a second. Okay, hostile small chunks briefly exist after breaking the medium. And then these harvestable ones are even smaller. And they have no physical resist, so they melt very easily. I don't need that many, at least at this level of weather. I don't need that many raw number of barrels active, pointed at the sky. I was up to 39 construction robots. I can tear down a lot of this. Yeah, I stopped importing iron ore from space, so this whole furnace column can pack up for a bit. I was using that iron ore to help make fresh concrete, but that's also something I can handle elsewhere. Bunch of regular motor built up from the brief science experiment. Won't need any new rail for a bit. The trio are doing a good job of keeping things engaged. The only combat stat this gains outward is range, which that is important here because that provides coverage, and that's the important part. Alright, time to start mulching old modules. Once again, this time for sure. Press out those chips. Oh, neat. These are not decomposable. This is just a disposal method. Their blockage. Nope, sorter's still moving fine. Now bottlenecked by belt speed, by the look of it. Yeah. It's time to grease the conveyors. Got to do the 3x3. I copy this across interplanetary distances. Absolutely. It's the assemblers. Pack up everything to do with this. This bit doesn't have to be there. Power it with substations. And just have to, hopefully there's an appropriate cliff at which just dip a straw in the ocean. The beach. The beach. There is an existing lubricant line elsewhere, but it's all the way over there. Whereas the ocean is everywhere. Oh, I made way too many red splitters. And I should mulch these high-quality conveyor belts. Extract high-quality metal. Mulch all the non-stack, non-long arms. The blue recycler I was holding is here doing module reprocessing. Leave you to it. That's two categories of stuff. Anything that's part of the magnetic science production line, which I can proceed to, like, disentangle and smooth out into a nice column. Nice couple of columns. That is acceptable at all quality levels. So as to have it all rendered down into pulp and bottled for research. And then construction material can once more resume being very focused on fancy stuff. No rare iron on the network. Well, fix that. Same plan here. Rare copper supply is ever low. Start crushing wire. Definitely have a lot of rare wire sitting around. And now that I'm starting to do this at this end of the process, every arm should have a filter. Each of these boxes should be able to guarantee its contents. The better to enable the crushing. That substation over, so I can do this again over here. Guess you get green modules. Wildly overkill green modules. And name of the game here will be generating green chips. My supply of rare green is too low. Then start crushing rare blues. I should control this. Currently, I just won't let it do anything. Alright, so we got one pile of science to launch up. Rid of all of that void science that I had dropped down earlier. Turn to sender. Even out here, 115 kilowatts per solar panel. Draw on a laser is 3 megs. Okay, 28 solar panels needed to match the peak output of a laser at this energy density. Although, that is what the accumulator is for. How much ammunition can be stored in one accumulator? Five megs at common. And 15 megs at rare. So each full rare accumulator can fire a laser for 4.6 seconds. In which time the laser will deliver 19 attacks. Worth 968 raw laser damage at current stats. Okay, also phrasing it as 800 kilojoule per stack of beam fired. Per tick of beam. Yeah, it wouldn't take that much power grid to run a little bit of laser. More grid than it takes to run bullet, to be sure. Well, the engine far enough back that I can put the fuel production center between the hub and the engines, tucking that all in closer to the ship. So, like, one for arms, 3 tiles for the chem plants. That is 4 tiles wide. I've already got it situated along the center line. I could go to 2 engines. Would line up with the footprint of the block. That is how much meat needs to be underneath the engine. I just put the whole thing, like, back here. Need a little bit of floor onto which to put the fuel tanks. It's okay to jettison that fuel that exists. I'll be making more for the next trip. Well, okay, for the sake of making things look nice, I will flip these so that the storage tanks look like they're connected to the right sides of the engines. Four tiles of space between them. Or, hold on, you need to be there. And I will need a water hookup. Another chem plant up here to be the ice melter. Doesn't fit cleanly into the footprint down here. Can find it a home somewhere though. Room for some small asymmetries in the fuel setup. ice melting machine. I may as well put explicit filters on each of these arms. Just so they don't pull random stuff out of the hub when I'm in the middle of remodeling something. Okay, fuel production system back online. Covers the basics. Want to make a second engine and send that up. As long as I have the parts for it. I should. All this being made of anything too weird. Yep, steel motors, processors. Can have those electro motors right here in my pocket. Just another rare steel project. Just like everything else. So there's always that surefire way to print rare steel. Gambling. Right, I was getting ready to go back to Blue Belt. Finish storing that functionality into this factory. Need common iron to be brought out here. And just get common gear hauled out onto these belts. And yes, campaign progression. This is first world visited. I make this exit journey, it will be first delivery of exotic technology back to Novice. Out the platform a bit. But like all problems, elegant platform defense is a job for the carousel. Just have an ammo carousel running around the perimeter that turrets will draw off of. Got the thruster mid. Send that up. Send those up. Oh, nice. Bullets. That's as much gun as this planet will ever need. Good job. Four gun turrets will probably provide all of the coverage I currently need on the platform. This is about the raw size I'm likely to occupy for the trip home. I want to make more conveyor, but that can be done up here on site. Get myself a measuring brush here. I've got the same arbitrary width handled on both sides. And on the back, excluding the thruster block. And off the front with the addition of that bit of bow plating that I'm putting on. So, if I were to make parapets on the corners, have the bullet belt arrive right there, them to snatch off of the corner. Castle in space. So to provide that arbitrary defense line, 8 guns. Send up more good arms as well. Yeah, I need a bunch of express splitters in order to properly grease up the sorting engine. Oh, 2 more splitters. Actually, many more. I only got half of the ones on the main chain. instigate an arm making column. Yeah, that'll also retrieve a bunch of old arms that were in storage. Try to cycle them up. Common greens on hand. The local work. Select the best and brightest to be launched into space. Laser is not required for this phase. Back in more foundation. That. And right, I'm on a light oil setup for new rocket fuel production. Done with a couple of basic chem plants. And another offshore tap. Yeah, without the bill for a launch platform looming over this, everything becomes much more chill. More tiles. Begin to plan accordingly. Basic speed belt is enough throughput for everything I'm doing here. I suppose one of the outlets could be on this side. A long arm, pass out from the core and dispense onto the belt. And cross-contaminated the fuel lines. The drawbacks of the interconnectedness of the thrusters. Okay, in that case, new plan. Each of these slide out by one. I can bring the fuel in that way. Or, hold on, the relevant alchemy may still be more complicated. Give myself a bit more deck space beside. And not link them together until I fully understand the quirks. That part of the system. Properly prime this one with thruster fuel. Alchemy to be determined. And plenty of asymmetries left to solve. Coverage will be good on those once they're installed. End up another batch of foundation. Guess I should allocate more space to the more in-demand items. Creating some real throughput limits from bringing over so few gears per cycle. Okay, actually I have quite a bit of uncommon metal plate laying around. Good to see that. Overall supplies of stuff stayed pretty good. Very healthy inventory here on the garbage planet, as always. Why was I spinning copper wire down here? Some legacy task. Got my metal plate supply. Thinking about how best go about. All the guns are installed now. To move the power supply out onto the sides of the hull. Makes thematic and logistical sense. Allowing this whole inner belt to be open space for artisan work. Gonna move the arms out a little bit. Footprint of these. Yeah, that's already where that is sitting. Wanted to have them poke up a little bit. Let's say a long arm. One of these champion long arms sitting here could provide accordingly. Have like 1 ice, 1 carbon, and 2 metal grabbers operating up on the bow. To make another asteroid grabber and send it up. I don't have many thousands of magnetic beaker to load. good to have quickly confirmed that the cost of launching rockets here is so low. More of you should be moving wire and metal. Back on radar here. Well, I can't empty the slots with the offending material from a distance. We'll have to adjust that. None of these arms has batteries set as its filter. Those are the right-hand car. Start crushing that surplus material. You know what? Generically, I will let it feed all of the other stuff into the ringer. Create a full array here of trash crushers. Alright, harmless wall bites. Though also enduring signs that in time this journey must wind down. Okay, and of these, the ice and carbon catchers, feel free to move about as needed. Till it's time to start making new fuel. Already crushed everything you had on hand. So, drop you over there. Back a little bit. Still need your... Not even necessarily a full cycler. Do like the look of a carousel, though. Supposed to be the common copper wire grabber. Successfully taking up the entire supply. Behemoths tend to do that. The ablative wall is doing its job, though. I've always had you wear a circuit machine. Struggling to grind away at upgrading. These are always confused by the non-existence of a storage box. I guess I can restore one. Because they were deconstructing things. Should just bring this closer and possibly get it back into full Ouroboros mode. Snatched away by another part of the array. As will happen. Back to the old rare iron shortage. So this gun will be removed. Carbon Crusher goes over there. Okay, my rare asteroid grabbers have arrived. These lost all their settings when I copied them. Okay, that one still has its filter at least. You wired there. Wait for belt to be empty. You are still Ice Crusher. Okay, accidentally slapped Alt. Back in order. Set up 6 high-grade ammo shoveling arms. Plan forming for fuel plumbing. Blue tube to there. Then red tube there. That should satisfy all parties involved. There's 2 tiles of surface I can use to run conveyor maker. Well, first I'll have to make some gears and then make some conveyor. Unload the carbon crusher. Just use a few simple rules. Prevent overproduction of key materials here. Can afford to peel back this gun turret. The one behind it has it covered. Slow, steady advance. Plenty of additional solar panel. The rest of those haven't deployed yet because of a lack of foundation platform. have more hero arms to send up yet? No. Want of rare gears. Always wanting those rare gears. Yes, up here on the void block. And upgrade the crushers as well. Always more jobs for rare steel. I'll be running 4 of those. One of them is already rare quality. The other is not. Okay, tunnel established. The carousel is nearly complete. I downgraded the ammo loading hands. Now I can load the outer guns. All right. New bullet distribution. Guarding half the ship. Roll up those. These. And just eject all of these uncommon gun pods. Surface. Send up a little bit of grease belt. Almost enough room to like pull these back and give them a belt in and a belt out. Like the beginnings of a more extendable setup where there's only 2 squares of hub interaction taken up by them. Those hub squares are about to become, well, they've always been important. Over time, they become more important. I'll pad the rest of a shipment with beakers. To the void. Things have slowed down again, but now that's kind of okay. So I did hit my target numbers for magnet science. supply chain for the void block exists. So, send up those express belts. Go do some celebratory paving. The sorting complex has delivered on all its objectives. Porter seized up on too much gravel. Did I not? Is that the rock crushing arm? Okay, this is just overwhelmed by having too many things to crunch, I suppose. There are only uncommons. The limits to their strength. Let me get this whole setup transplanted over there. Keep trying to make more recyclers at the source. Offload some of the concrete processing to the other arm. And I can be upcycling the quality modules inside the trash processors. There's non-zero progress on that because there was a brief dabbling in making basic science locally. Didn't work out that well. It was worth the shot it got. I definitely need to eat more rocks. Setting up some furnaces in there somehow to roast brick. I can then get those bricks onto the brick line. Brick belt is all the way over there. Access point does exist. Hardly the best one, but it's anything at all. It relieves a little bit of strain on the rock line. Turn 2 rocks into something that stacks twice as large. 4 times storage compression. There's a lot of things I should just kind of crush by default. If they are not already marked as high grade, they may as well go in the mulch. Make enough recyclers to get the Ouroboros back online. There's some kind of interrelated real goals. I clearly need to be processing more of my uncommon with an eye toward upcycling. Other way around. But yes, small victories. Void block, mid-remodeling, space back on the menu. Okay, and the new fuel connections. One more tube. There, new fuel connections work. 2 engines. Fortunately, probably going to be faster. We haven't added that much total mass, I think. 202 tons. I would have to go check the tapes to see how much heft it used to have. Things for later. Continuous cycling of quality.